Have you ever wondered where the shadows of Middle-earth truly begin? What if the creatures we fear most, the orcs, twisted and brutal, were not born from darkness, but were once something else entirely? Tonight, we step into the hushed halls of Rivendell, where the air itself seems to hold its breath. Elrond, the wise and weary scholar of ancient lore, has called together a council unlike any other. Scrolls yellowed with age, artifacts humming with forgotten power, and voices thick with tension, all gathered to unravel one of Middle-earth's most haunting mysteries, the dark origins of the orcs. And we're inviting you to join this journey, to sit among these keepers of secrets and listen as they debate truths some would rather leave buried. Where in the world are you tuning in from tonight? Is it the quiet hours past midnight or the golden light of dawn? Let us know in the comments, because this isn't just a tale of the past. It's a story that echoes in every shadow we've ever feared. The firelight flickers against the carved pillars of Rivendell, casting long fingers of shadow as Elrond unrolls a map marked with ruins and lost kingdoms. His voice is steady, but there's a weight to his words, a gravity that tells you this isn't just academic curiosity. The orcs, he explains, are more than mindless beasts. They are a wound in the fabric of Middle-earth, a wrong that must be understood before it can ever be undone. But here's the thing, no one agrees on how they came to be. Some say they were elves, once captured, tortured, broken until their very souls were reshaped by cruelty. Others whisper of darker experiments, of a Morgoth so consumed by hatred that he twisted life itself into something monstrous. And then there are those who refuse to speak of it at all, as if the truth is too dangerous to name aloud. Tonight, we're not just retelling a legend. We're stepping into a debate that has raged for ages, where every answer leads to another question, and every truth feels like a betrayal. What does it mean to create a race born for suffering? Who carries the blame for such an act? And what happens when the victims of that darkness rise, not as heroes, but as nightmares? As the council's voices rise and fall, some furious, some grieving, we'll piece together the fragments of this forbidden history, because the story of the orcs isn't just about them. It's about power, corruption, and the choices that define a world. So lean in closer. The fire is burning low, and the night is full of whispers. The truth is waiting. Elrond's fingers trace the faded ink of the ancient scroll, his voice low as he reads words penned in a language few still remember. Here lies the account of our darkest hour, he begins. Not born of shadow, but stolen from light. The text speaks of elves taken in the night, dragged into the depths of Angband, where Morgoths will bent and broke them. Their grace became grotesque, their songs turned to snarls. It's a tale that chills the air in the chamber, but Galadriel's gaze hardens. To say our kin could be unmade so easily, she interrupts, is to forget the strength that carried us through ages of war. The light of the Eldar does not shatter like glass. Her words hang there, sharp as a blade's edge. Then Glorfindel rises, his golden hair catching the firelight. He doesn't speak at first, just closes his eyes as if steeling himself against a memory. I have stood face to face with them in battle, he admits, and once, just once, I saw an orc with eyes that held a glimmer of something. Familiar, a murmur ripples through the council. It lasted only a moment before the creature lunged, but that moment was enough. The room falls so quiet, you can hear the crackle of the hearth. Even Galadriel hesitates, her defiance giving way to something quieter, heavier. Elrond nods slowly. It is not weakness to acknowledge what was done to them, he says. It is justice. To forget their suffering is to let Morgoth's cruelty go unanswered. But Galadriel shakes her head. Or to accept it as inevitable, she counters. If we say they were elves, then we say such corruption is possible in any of us. Is that a truth we can bear? The debate spins tighter, threads of grief and fear tangling with logic. Some scholars cite fragments of lore describing pits, where captives were twisted with sorcery and pain until they forgot their own names. Others argue that no elf, no matter how tortured, could become something so devoid of light. And then there's the unspoken question that lingers beneath every word. If the orcs were once elves, what does that make them now? Are they victims to be pitied, monsters to be destroyed, or something in between? The council's voices rise, not in anger, but in anguish, a chorus of hearts wrestling with a history that refuses to stay buried. The fire burns lower. The shadows grow longer, and the weight of the past settles over them all like a shroud. A sudden scrape of stone against stone cuts through the tension as Gimli pushes back from the table, his beard bristling. Elves twisting into orcs, he grunts, waving a hand as if swatting away a bad smell. A fine story for those who think the sun rises and sets on your kind. But what of the dwarves? Our halls have been dug in, too, by those creatures since the First Age. You think Morgoth didn't try his hand at breaking us too? The firelight glints off his axe, still strapped to his back like a promise. Glorfindel's eyes flash, but before he can speak, Gandalf's staff taps the floor, a sound like a mountain sighing. Peace, he murmurs, though his voice carries the weight of command. We are not here to tally grievances, but to uncover truths, and truth wears many faces. His gaze lingers on Gimli, who crosses his arms but holds his tongue. The dwarf's words, though blunt, crack open a door no one had dared to touch. If orcs could come from elves, why not dwarves, or men, or things that crawled unnamed in the dark? The scrolls in Elrond's library whisper of pits, where Morgoth's experiments knew no limits, where flesh was reshaped like clay, and souls were smothered under will alone. Legolas shifts uncomfortably, his fingers tracing the edge of his bow. To suggest our kin and dwarves share such a fate, he starts, but Gimli interrupts with a sharp laugh. Oh, now it's our kin when it suits you, he snaps. Tell me, elf, if we found proof tomorrow that orcs carried dwarf blood in their veins, would you mourn them then? Or would your pity vanish like smoke? The challenge hangs in the air, raw and unanswerable. Even Galadriel seems to falter, her certainty fraying at the edges. Gandalf exhales slowly, the lines on his face deepening. This is the poison of Morgoth's work, he says quietly, not just the making of orcs, but the divisions he sowed between us. We argue over who suffered most, while the creatures we debate die nameless in the dark. The room falls still, the fire reduced to embers. For the first time, the council isn't just speaking about orcs. They are seeing them. Not as monsters, but as a mirror, a reflection of every cruelty their world has ever wrought. And in that silence, the most terrible question of all takes shape. What if the origin of orcs isn't a single act, but 1,000? A darkness that didn't just begin in Angband, but in the hearts of all who ever thought to wield power over another. The night stretches on, heavy with unspoken reckonings. A brittle parchment, its edges blackened as if it had been snatched from the flames at the last moment, is laid gently on the table. The air smells of old smoke and something sharper. Fear, perhaps, or the metallic tang of ink that has dried over centuries. Radagast's hands, usually so steady among roots and leaves, tremble slightly as he smooths the page. This, he says, his voice hushed, was found beneath the ruins of a watchtower in the east. The script is old, older than the fall of Angband, and it speaks of things even the wisest among us have dared only to guess. The words are fragmented, half lost to time, but what remains is enough to turn the stomach. Morgoth, it seems, did not stop at twisting living things. In the deepest pits of his fortress, where no light ever reached, he sought to create life itself, not by corrupting elves or dwarves, but by shaping filth and malice into something that walked and bled. Mockeries, Radagast whispers, not born, not made, but conjured, as if darkness could be given flesh. A shiver runs through the room. Even Gimli, never one to shy from grim truths, grips the edge of the table like a man bracing against a storm. Galadriel's face is pale. To think he would play at being the one, she murmurs, to dare such blasphemy. But Gandalf's brow furrows, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. Is it blasphemy, he asks slowly, or the ultimate admission of defeat? Even Morgoth could not truly create. He could only distort, only parody. These orcs, if they sprang from such filth, would carry no spark of the original light. No memory of what they might have been. The distinction hangs heavy in the air. A creature torn from an elf might still, in some hidden corner of its soul, remember the stars. But a thing shaped from mud and hatred, there is no before for such a being, no innocence to mourn. Radagast traces a line of text with one finger, his voice barely audible. The scroll mentions voices, screams that came not from throats, but from the walls themselves, as if the very stones of Angband were alive with torment. The fire gutters suddenly, as though a cold wind has slipped into the room. Legolas looks as if he might be sick. No wonder they hate us, he breathes. If their first breath was pain, their first sight the face of their tormentor, he doesn't finish. He doesn't need to. Elrond reaches for the scroll, his expression unreadable. This changes nothing, he says at last, and yet it changes everything. If some orcs were born of torture and others of this abomination, then what we face is not a race, but a tapestry of suffering. Each thread woven from a different kind of ruin. The silence that follows is thick, suffocating. Even the usual sounds of Rivendell, the distant rush of waterfalls, the sigh of wind through the trees, seem to have stilled. Then, from the shadows near the door, a small voice speaks. It's Bilbo, forgotten in the heat of the debate, his pipe gone cold in his hand. Does it matter? He asks softly, how they began, I mean. They're here now, and they're just as dead when they fall, aren't they? There's no judgment in his words, only a weary practicality. But the look Gandalf gives him is full of something like grief. Ah, my dear hobbit, he sighs. It matters because we must decide what to do with the living. And the dead. The unspoken question lingers like a ghost. How do you kill a thing that never had a chance to be anything else? The parchment crackles as Elrond rolls it shut, the sound like bones drying in the sun. Galadriel's fingers tighten around the silver rim of her mirror, the water within still rippling, as though disturbed by unseen hands. The reflection she shares with the council isn't one of clear images, but of impressions, shadows that twist and writhe like smoke, their elongated limbs contorting, their mouths open in silent screams. I have seen many things in these waters, she murmurs, her voice like wind through winter branches, but never so clearly the echo of what was lost. The vision is fragmented, maddeningly so. Glimpses of fair faces stretched into snarls, of hands that once strung harps now clawing at the earth, and then, worst of all, the eyes. Still recognizably elven, still holding a spark of awareness beneath the torment. Gandalf's pipe has gone out, forgotten in his lap. You believe these were not just captives, he says slowly, but willing servants. The question hangs like a blade over the room. Galadriel's gaze doesn't waver. I believe Morgoth's poison did not need chains to spread. Some could have been lured, others broken, and still others. She hesitates, a fracture in her usual composure. What if some believed they were fighting for a cause, that his lies tasted like truth? The implication is unbearable. Corruption not by force alone, but by choice. Aragorn, silent until now, leans forward, his weathered hands clasped. Men have fallen to lesser temptations, he says quietly. Power, fear, the promise of survival. Is it so different for elves? The words land like stones in still water. Legolas stiffens, his pride bristling at the comparison, but Elrond raises a hand before the tension can snap. Do not mistake frailty for weakness, he cautions. Even the mightiest tree may rot from within if the blight runs deep enough. The fire pops, sending up a shower of sparks, and in that sudden flare, the council seems to see the vision anew, not just as history, but as warning. What stops any heart, elf or man or dwarf, from bending toward darkness when the night is long enough? Galadriel's mirror shows no answers, only the relentless churn of shadows, each one a reminder that the line between victim and villain is thinner than anyone wants to admit. Then, from the corner where the youngest scribe has been nervously transcribing the debate, comes a hesitant whisper. If some orcs were once elves who chose this, does that make them more guilty or more pitiable? No one rushes to answer. The truth is too tangled, too raw. Gandalf exhales, his breath stirring the embers. Perhaps, he says at last, it makes them the most tragic of all, to have had light and to have let it go. The mirror's surface finally stills, reflecting only the weary faces gathered around it, each one wondering, in silence, what they might have done in Morgoth's grasp. Aragorn's hand rests on the cracked leather binding of a tome, so old its title has worn away. The pages whisper as he turns them, releasing the scent of dust and dried ink. The histories of my people tell a different tale, he begins, his voice measured but firm. Not of elves stolen in the night, but of men hunters, farmers, children, dragged into the pits of Morgoth's lieutenant, Sauron, long before the rings were forged. The words land like a blow. Boromir's chair scrapes back violently, his face darkening. You would accuse our own ancestors of becoming those things. His hand strays to his sword hilt, though whether from anger or dread, even he might not know. Faramir, ever the calm amid storms, touches his brother's arm, but doesn't flinch from the truth. The scrolls in Minas Tirith's vaults speak of it too, he admits. Whole villages vanished near the shadow of Mordor in the early years, not a single survivor to tell how or why. His voice softens, though the words cut deeper for it. Darkness does not discriminate, brother. It takes the weak, the brave, the innocent, whatever it can reach. The room fractures like glass struck by a hammer. Legolas's spine stiffens, his lips pressed into a thin line. So now men wish to share the burden of this shame. The bitterness in his voice is new, uncharacteristic. Gimli, surprisingly, is the one who growls in protest. Oh, a fine time for unity, he snaps. When it's your kin, it's tragedy. When it's ours, it's convenience. The dwarf's glare dares anyone to contradict him. Elrond's voice cuts through the rising tempers like a blade through fog. This is not about blame, he insists, though the tension in his jaw betrays his own struggle. It is about understanding the enemy we face. If orcs came from men as well as elves, then their hatred is not born of ancient grievances alone. It is fresher, hungrier. The implication settles over them like a shroud. Orcs with the memories of men might remember sunlight on fields, laughter in taverns, the faces of those who failed to save them. Boromir shakes his head violently, as if to dislodge the thought. No, men fight, men resist, we do not mutate, but Aragorn's gaze doesn't waver. And if they were told resistance was futile, that their families would live only if they obeyed, he pauses, letting the horror of that choice sink in. Sauron did not just break bodies, he broke wills. A strained silence follows, broken only by the rustle of parchment, as Gandalf unrolls a map marked with faded red lines, old trade routes, now swallowed by wastelands. Here, he murmurs, pointing to a valley near the Efeljuath, a place called Nirnan, where the earth is fertile, but the people vanished long ago. The locals whisper that something still walks there at dusk, neither man nor orc, but something caught between. His finger taps the spot, a quiet accusation. What if the orcs are not a single horror, but many, a patchwork of suffering, stitched together by different hands? Galadriel's mirror, forgotten until now, catches a stray beam of moonlight, casting fractured reflections across the walls. In its surface, the faces of the council look suddenly less certain, less divided. The truth, it seems, is not a blade to wield, but a weight to bear together. Boromir sinks back into his seat, his defiance crumbling into something quieter, heavier. Then every orc we kill, he says hoarsely, might once have been someone who prayed to the same stars as we do. The fire gutters, as if the room itself holds its breath. Gandalf's staff strikes the floor with a sound like distant thunder, the faint blue glow along its length casting jagged shadows across the council's faces. His voice, usually warm with the cadence of old stories, now carries the edge of a blade freshly sharpened. Enough, he says, not loudly, but with a weight that stills every other voice in the room. We could spend 100 years dissecting Morgoth's crimes, and it would not change the fact that orcs stand at our gates today. They are no longer prisoners of his making, they are the jailers now. The tormentors, the air hums with the truth of it, uncomfortable and unavoidable. Elrond's fingers tighten around his goblet, the wine within trembling like a thing alive. Would you have us fight shadows without knowing what casts them? He challenges, though his usual certainty falters just slightly. To understand how a thing was broken is to learn how it might be undone. Gandalf's gaze softens, but his words do not. Undone, my friend, when a tree is hewn for firewood, do you mourn the axe or the hand that wielded it? The orcs are no longer what they were. If they ever were, they are the axe, and they are swinging. The metaphor lands heavily, its truth a bitter draught. Even Galadriel, ever the advocate for probing the depths of history, seems to waver, her eyes distant as if seeing not the past, but the future, a tide of snarling faces and rusted blades cresting over the horizon. Yet Aragorn leans forward, his voice steady as a drawn bowstring. And what of the hands that still remember, he asks. If even one orc recalls a fragment of what it was, does that not make them more dangerous? Or more vulnerable? The question splits the room like a lightning strike. Gimli scoffs, but Legolas goes very still, his fair features tightening as if pained. It is Radagast, of all people, who bridges the divide. His fingers, usually stained with soil and leaf, trace the edge of Gandalf's staff with something like reverence. You speak as if origins and present are separate things, he murmurs, but the river does not forget its source, however far it flows. To know the orcs' making is not to excuse them, but to see the cracks in their armor. The wounds that never healed. His words, so quiet, seem to echo louder than any shout. Gandalf exhales, the light from his staff flickering like a guttering candle. Then let us agree on this much, he concedes. Study the past if you must, but do not let it paralyze you. For every moment we spend unspooling ancient horrors, the enemy is sharpening their swords. The fire, nearly dead now, lets out a final hiss as the last ember crumbles to ash. And in that darkness, the council feels the weight of choices yet unmade. The scholars' hunger for truth, warring with the soldiers' need to act. The night stretches on, endless and silent, but the dawn, when it comes, will demand an answer. The mention of Gondolin slips into the conversation like a dagger between ribs. Quiet, sharp, leaving a silence that throbs. Elrond's fingers still over the parchment he's been studying, his gaze lifting to meet the uneasy glances around the table. There are records, he says slowly, as if the words themselves are fragile. Hidden deep in the ruins, writings from the last days of the city, sealed away before the fall. The air in the chamber grows thick, charged with something between dread and longing. Glorfindel's chair scrapes back as he stands abruptly, his golden hair catching the dim light like a flame in the dark. No one enters Gondolin, he says, his voice taut. Not even now. The scars of that place are not just stone deep. The unspoken truth hangs heavy. He was there when the towers fell. He remembers the screams, the smoke, the way the very air seemed to curdle with despair. To walk those ruins again would be to step into a tomb where the dead still whisper. But Radagast, of all people, leans forward, his usual absent-mindedness replaced by a rare intensity. If those scrolls survive the dragon fire, he murmurs, they may hold more than just the origins of orcs. They could tell us how Morgoth's corruption works, how it spreads, how it lingers. His fingers twitch, as if already itching to brush the dust from ancient pages. The debate that follows is hushed, fractured. Gandalf argues for caution, his brow furrowed beneath the brim of his hat. Gondolin is not just a ruin, he warns. It is a wound, and wounds left untended can fester in ways we do not expect. Yet Aragorn, ever practical, counters with a hunter's logic. If there is knowledge there that could spare lives now, is the risk not worth it? How many more will die if we let fear rule us? It is Galadriel who tips the scales. Her voice, when she speaks, is like wind through bare branches, soft, but impossible to ignore. Glorfindel, she says, turning to him with a look that holds no judgment, only understanding. You fear what you will see there, but you also know better than any what we might gain. The silence that follows is unbearable. Glorfindel closes his eyes, and for a moment, the room holds its breath. When he opens them again, there's something new in his gaze. Not resolve exactly, but a weary acceptance. A small group, he says at last. No more than 5, and we do not linger. Elrond nods, relief and guilt warring in his expression. Take whoever you trust, he replies. But go swiftly. The shadows are already growing longer. As the council disperses, the weight of what's been decided settles over them like a shroud. Gondolin's ruins are not just a graveyard of stone, but of memory. And memory, once stirred, has a way of haunting the living. The fire sputters in the hearth, casting restless shadows that twist along the walls, shadows that almost seem to remember too. The moon hangs low over the path, a sickle of silver cutting through clouds that seem to cling too close, as if afraid to reveal what moves beneath them. Elrond walks ahead, his cloak pulled tight against the wind that carries the scent of damp earth and something older, a hint of charred stone, perhaps, or the lingering musk of a dragon's lair long gone cold. Behind him, Glorfindel's steps are measured, deliberate, his fingers brushing the hilt of his sword like a man reassuring himself of a promise made. The scars beneath his armor twinge with each mile passed, not from fresh pain, but from memory. Gondolin's fall lives in his bones, and the closer they tread to its corpse, the louder the echoes become. Gandalf lingers near the rear, his staff's faint glow just bright enough to reveal the tension in Aragorn's shoulders. The ranger moves like a shadow given form, his eyes scanning the jagged rocks and gnarled trees, not for threats, but for something subtler, traces of old roads buried under centuries of neglect, the ghostly outline of a kingdom swallowed by fire. You feel it too, Gandalf murmurs, not a question, but an acknowledgement. Aragorn's nod is barely perceptible. The air is too still, he replies, as if even the wind fears to disturb this place. A rustle in the undergrowth sends all 4 freezing, hands drifting to weapons. But it's only a fox, its coat matted and eyes too bright, darting away with a haste that borders on frenzy. Glorfindel exhales, though his grip doesn't loosen. The creatures hear no better than we do, he mutters. They remember what happened when the sky rained fire. The words hang between them, unspoken questions thickening the silence. What waits for them in the ruins? Scrolls, answers, or merely more ghosts? Then, from the darkness ahead, a sound slices through the night. Not the snap of a branch or the cry of a bird, but a low, guttural chuckle that doesn't belong to any beast. Elrond's breath catches. He doesn't need to say it. They all know, orcs. Not the scattered, mindless packs of the wild, but something organized, patient. Hunters who have learned to wait. Aragorn's lips shape a silent curse. "They're hurting us," he whispers, pushing us toward the ruins. Gandalf's staff flares brighter for an instant, casting long, twisted shadows that seem to writhe against the ground. "Then we oblige them," he says, voice grim, but not as prey. The look that passes between them needs no translation. If the orcs want them to enter Gondolin, it's because something there is worth guarding. And that, more than any scroll, is a truth worth uncovering. The path steepens, the air growing thick with the weight of centuries and the scent of damp stone. Ahead, the first broken spires of the lost city rise like shattered teeth against the sky. The air inside the hidden chamber is thick with the scent of crumbling parchment, and something darker, old blood, maybe, or the lingering residue of sorcery. Aragorn's torchlight wavers over the walls, revealing murals that seem to move in the flickering shadows. Elves, their faces frozen in silent screams, their bodies contorted into shapes no living thing should endure. The paint is faded, but the agony is fresh, as if the walls themselves remember. Glorfindel reaches out, his fingertips hovering just above the cracked plaster. "This wasn't just torture," he murmurs. "It was instruction, a blueprint." Aragorn's breath catches as he unrolls the scroll, its edge as brittle as autumn leaves. The ink is shockingly vivid, as though dipped in something more permanent than pigment. His voice, usually steady as bedrock, wavers as he reads. Subject 749, retained vocalization capacity for 3 moons despite limb replacement. Observed singing fragments of the Lay of Lithien in intervals between procedures. The words curdle in the air. Gandalf's knuckles whiten around his staff, the faint glow pulsing like a sickened heartbeat. Then, worse, diagrams, not sketches of tools or chambers, but of living flesh being methodically unmade. An elf's graceful hand crossed out, replaced with jagged lines depicting claws. A delicate ear overwritten with the rough, bat-like curve of an orc's. Galadriel's mirror might have shown them horrors, but this is clinical. A ledger of suffering so precise it makes the stomach turn. Glorfindel's sword rings as it slips halfway from its sheath, without his conscious command. "They kept records," he says, his voice hollow, as if this were agriculture. The comparison is accidental but apt. Morgoth didn't just break his captives. He cultivated them, pruned away grace, grafted on hatred, harvested soldiers. Aragorn's torch gutters suddenly, as if the very air resists illumination. In the dimness, Gandalf traces a single line of text with one aged finger. "Here," he says softly. The scribe notes a 93% yield from batch 22. The silence that follows is absolute. No one needs to ask what yield means in this context. The numbers slither into thought, multiplying in the dark. How many elves were fed into those pits? How many emerged as something else? Then, from the corridor outside, a sound slices through the silence. Not the scuffle of their own footsteps returning, but the wet, ragged breathing of something that has learned to walk on 2 legs, but never mastered the rhythm of a living thing. Aragorn's hand goes to his sword. The scroll, suddenly heavy with more than ink and parchment, slips from his grip. It hits the floor with a sound like a bone breaking. The torch flares one last time, revealing the truth they'd all sensed but dared not speak. The walls aren't just painted with memories, they're stained with them. And whatever made those stains might still be close enough to smell the blood in their veins. The torchlight catches on something pale, and jagged in the far corner, a shape that makes Aragorn's breath hitch. At first glance, it could be broken statuary, the shattered remnants of Gondolin's once glorious art, but then the shadows shift, and the truth becomes hideously clear. Bones, not scattered, not buried, but arranged with terrible intentionality on a stone slab, their unnatural angles screaming of purposeful distortion. The ribcage is too broad, the limbs too asymmetrical, the skull elongated with a jaw that juts forward like a beast's. Yet the fingers, where they remain intact, still bear the delicate proportions of an elf. Gandalf's staff clatters against the floor as he stumbles back, his face ashen. This was no failure, he whispers. This was the work in progress. The words slither through the chamber, carrying a weight that chills deeper than the mountain air. These bones aren't just evidence of torment, they're a midpoint, a snapshot of transformation, frozen in time, capturing the exact moment when a soul teetered between what it had been and what it was being remade into. Glorfindel makes a sound low in his throat, something between grief and rage. His sword is drawn now, though there's nothing here to fight but history. They didn't just break them, he says hoarsely. They made them watch themselves unravel. The horror of it blooms slowly, like ink in water. Morgoth's cruelty wasn't merely physical. It was existential, to be aware as your body betrayed you, as your very identity was carved out and replaced. What death could compare to that? Aragorn's fingers brush a discolored patch on the slab, his touch feather light. The stone is stained a deep, rusty brown in swirling patterns, as if liquid had pooled and been smeared by frantic hands. They were alive for this, he murmurs. The realization lands like a hammer blow. These aren't just remains, they're a record, a ledger entry in flesh and bone, documenting how much pain an immortal being could endure before their form finally cracked. Then, from the darkness beyond the chamber, a new sound slices through the silence. Not the guttural breathing of orcs this time, but something worse. A voice, high, keening, wavering between elvish song and orcish snarl, singing a fragment of a melody so old even Gandalf stiffens in recognition. The Lay of Lithien. The same song mentioned in the scroll, the same song the subject had sung during its mutilation. The torch flickers wildly as a draft snakes through the chamber, carrying with it the scent of damp fur and old blood. Something is moving in the tunnels, something that remembers. Glorfindel's sword gleams in the trembling light, but his arm shakes, not with fear, but with the unbearable weight of the question now hanging over them all. When they raise their blades against the orcs, what exactly are they striking? Monsters, victims, or the grotesque middle ground where the two become indistinguishable? The bones on the slab offer no answers, only echoes. The first arrow whips past Glorfindel's ear with a sound like tearing silk, embedding itself in the stone wall behind him. The cry that follows isn't the usual guttural roar of orcs. It's something sharper, almost melodic, a warped echo of the battle chants, sung under Gondolin's banners centuries ago. The scouts drop from the cliffs like spiders, their armor clattering, but it's the glint of faded silver on their pauldrons that stops Glorfindel's breath. Not crude etchings, not trophies ripped from the dead. These are deliberate, if weathered, sigils, the Star of Fingolfin, the very emblem his own kin bore into battle. Aragorn's blade flashes in the torchlight as he parries a scimitar strike, his voice cutting through the chaos. Glorfindel, the urgency in that shout isn't just about survival. It's a lifeline thrown to a drowning man. The elf tears his gaze from the markings, but the horror lingers. These aren't just orcs. They're relics, living, breathing blasphemies wearing the heraldry of the fallen. The skirmish becomes a blur of steel and snarls, but Glorfindel fights as if in a nightmare. Every opponent's face feels like a grotesque reflection. The slope of a brow that might have been noble once. The curve of an ear just slightly too pointed to be fully orcish. One scout, faster than the rest, ducks under his guard, and for a heartbeat, their eyes meet. The creature's pupils are blown wide with battle lust, but the color a dull, mudded gold, like tarnished elvish jewelry. Gandalf's staff erupts in a burst of white light, sending shadows fleeing like startled rats. In that stark illumination, the truth becomes unbearable. The sigils aren't just worn, they're scarred into the flesh beneath, as if the metal had been fused to the skin by heat or sorcery. These markings weren't stolen. They were branded. Aragorn's elbow catches an orc in the throat, his boot slamming another against the wall. "We need to move," he barks, but the command is drowned by a new sound. A horn blasts from the tunnels beyond, high and clear as a winter stream. An elvish horn, or what's left of one. Glorfindel's sword arm falters for the first time in ages. Survival demands action, but the past has teeth, and they've sunk deep. The ruins around them seem to pulse with silent laughter, the walls whispering a truth, too cruel to speak aloud. Morgoth didn't just make orcs. He made puppets from the pieces of everything they'd ever loved. The scouts press closer, their breath hot and rancid, but the real horror isn't the blades they wield. It's the ghosts they carry, and ghosts, as any elf knows, are far harder to kill. The retreat begins not with shouts, but with a silence so thick, it feels like another presence among them. Glorfindel moves first, his golden hair dulled by dust and dread, sheathing his sword with a finality that speaks louder than words. Behind him, the ruins seem to exhale, the weight of their secrets pressing against the backs of the fleeing scholars like a hand, trying to pull them under. Aragorn's torch gutters as they sprint through twisting corridors, its light revealing flashes of the horrors they're leaving behind, scrawled symbols on the walls that twist from elegant Quenya into jagged, hateful runes mid-sentence, as if the very language itself had been corrupted. Gandalf's grip on the scroll tightens until the parchment crackles. His usual measured calm is gone, replaced by a grim certainty that borders on fear. No eyes should ever read this again, he mutters, and before Elrond can protest, the wizard thrusts the ancient pages into the sputtering flame of Aragorn's torch. The fire surges hungrily, ink blackening to ash in seconds, the words writhing as they burn almost impossibly, as if they're trying to resist their own destruction. Elrond watches, his face a mask of conflict. The healer in him rebels against the loss of knowledge, no matter how dark. But the survivor, the one who's seen the cost of Morgoth's legacy firsthand, knows the truth. Some wounds fester when exposed to air. "We came for answers," he says quietly, not realizing they might be weapons. The admission tastes bitter. Around them, the tunnels seem to lean closer, listening. Aragorn kicks over a rusted brazier as they pass, sending coals scattering like dying stars. Let the mountain bury what's left, he growls. Behind them, the horn sounds again, closer now, and wrong. Its once clear note warped into a ululating shriek. The scouts are following. No, not scouts, not anymore. Whatever's chasing them wears the shapes of elves, the way a corpse wears its old clothes. The resemblance a mockery rather than a memory. Gandalf's staff pulses once, a silent signal, and the group plunges into a side passage, barely wide enough for shoulders. Stone scrapes against cloaks as they squeeze through, the walls pressing in as if to crush them. Just as the last flicker of torchlight threatens to vanish, Glorfindel turns back for one final glimpse of the chamber. In the darkness, something glints, a pair of eyes, too reflective, too aware, watching them go with a gaze that holds neither hatred nor hunger, but something far worse, recognition. The mountain air outside is icy, but none of them shiver. The cold inside runs deeper. Gandalf doesn't speak until the first stars pierce the cloud cover, his voice hoarse. "We carry the weight now," he says. No one asks what he means. They already feel it, the burden of knowing what was done, and worse, what might still be possible. Behind them, the ruins of Gondolin settle into the earth like a bad dream, retreating at dawn. But dreams, as any lore master knows, have a way of returning when least expected. The halls of Rivendell, usually alive with the murmur of flowing water and whispered elvish verse, lie heavy with silence as the council gathers once more. The fire burns low, casting long shadows that seem to cling to the edges of the room like specters reluctant to leave. Glorfindel stands apart from the others, his fingers tracing the edge of his sword's hilt, not in readiness for battle, but as if seeking an anchor. When he finally speaks, his voice is stripped of its usual warmth, hollow as the ruins they've just fled. They remembered, he says, the words landing like stones in still water. Not just their suffering, but fragments of who they were before. I saw it in their eyes. Elrond's hands, usually steady as he pours wine or turns pages, tremble slightly as he sets down his goblet. The liquid inside catches the firelight, red as old blood. Then the question is no longer how they were made, he murmurs, but what we do with that knowledge. The shift in the room is palpable. This isn't just academic debate anymore. It's a reckoning. Every scroll, every artifact, every whispered legend has led them here, to a truth that refuses to be neatly shelved with the rest of history's horrors. Boromir, ever the pragmatist, leans forward, his brow furrowed. Does it change anything? Orcs still raid our villages. They still slaughter without mercy. His words are blunt, but there's a new tension in his jaw, as if he's wrestling with something unspoken. Aragorn meets his gaze, his own expression unreadable. "It changes everything," he replies quietly, "because now, when we raise our swords, we're not just striking at monsters, we're striking at what might have been." The weight of that admission settles over them like a shroud. Galadriel's mirror, untouched since their last gathering, glints ominously in the dim light. She doesn't look into it, doesn't need to. To see the past in our enemies is a burden few can bear, she says, her voice like wind through bare branches. But to ignore it is to repeat the same cruelty that made them. The air grows thick with the unspoken question: how do you wage war against something that was once like you? Gandalf, who has been silent until now, stirs the embers with his staff, sending up a shower of sparks. There are no clean answers, he admits, his voice rough with weariness. Only choices. We can let this knowledge paralyze us, or we can use it to fight smarter, to see the enemy not just as a mindless horde, but as a foe with weaknesses born of their making. His words are pragmatic, but his eyes betray a deeper grief. The debate stretches into the night, circling the same terrible truths like wolves around a dying fire. Strategies are proposed and discarded, arguments flare and fade, but one thing becomes clear. The council will never look at an orc the same way again. And perhaps that's the true horror, not just what was done to the orcs, but what that knowledge does to those who must face them. The fire burns lower, the shadows grow longer, and the weight of the past presses down, relentless as the march of time. Galadriel stands, the silver threads of her gown catching the firelight like moonlight on water. The room stills not because she commands it, but because the air itself seems to hold its breath when she moves. Her voice, when it comes, is neither loud nor sharp, yet it cuts through the council's tension like a blade through mist. We cannot unmake the past. She begins, her gaze sweeping over each face: Elrond's weariness, Aragorn's resolve, even Gimli's stubborn frown. But neither are we bound to repeat it. The words settle like dew, quiet but heavy with meaning. She doesn't speak of forgiveness. That would be too simple, too clean for the blood-stained truth they've uncovered. Instead, she speaks of choices. The choice to see the orcs not merely as monsters, but as what happens when cruelty is left unchecked. The choice to strike with precision rather than rage, to spare where possible, even if sparing means only a quicker end. Every life taken in anger, she murmurs, is another thread in Morgoth's tapestry. We must weave a different pattern. Gimli shifts, his armor clinking. And if they show no mercy in return, he challenges, though his usual bluster is muted, as if the ruins have scraped something raw in him too. Galadriel's lips curve, not in a smile, but in something older, sadder. Then we fight, she concedes, but we fight knowing what we fight for, not just survival, but the refusal to become what we despise. Aragorn's hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, but his eyes are distant, fixed on some unseen horizon. You're asking us to carry two burdens at once, he observes, the blade in one hand, understanding in the other. Galadriel inclines her head. Is that not what kings do? The question hangs between them, delicate as a spider's web, fragile, but strong enough to hold the weight of a future. Even Gandalf, ever the voice of caution, doesn't argue. Instead, he studies the embers of the fire, as if seeing in their glow the faces of all the creatures they've ever slain, and all the ones they might yet save. Compassion is not weakness, he rumbles at last. It is the one weapon darkness has never learned to wield. The silence that follows isn't comfortable, but it's alive, charged with the energy of a path not yet taken, a story not yet written. Outside, the first birds of dawn begin to call, their songs threading through the open windows. Glorfindel, who has not spoken since Gondolin, lifts his head as if hearing something the others cannot. Maybe it's the wind, maybe it's an echo, or maybe, just maybe, it's the sound of a world shifting, one whispered truth at a time. The fire burns down to embers, its glow painting the weary faces of the council in shades of copper and ash. Elrond is the first to break the silence, his voice softened by exhaustion, but firm with resolve. We cannot undo what was done, he admits, fingers tracing the carved edge of the table. But we can choose how we carry this truth forward. Around him, nods ripple through the room, slow, reluctant, but united. Even Gimli, his arms crossed over his chest, grunts in agreement. Galadriel's gaze lingers on the empty space where the scroll once lay, now reduced to smoke and memory. The orcs of today are not the elves or men they might have once been, she murmurs. Time and torment have forged them into something else entirely, a shadow with teeth. The words hang in the air, stark yet necessary. To acknowledge the horror of their making is not to excuse the horrors they now commit. Aragorn leans forward, his hands clasped as if in prayer or preparation. Then we fight them, he says, simple and unflinching, but we fight knowing what they are. Not mindless beasts, but a warning. His eyes flicker to Boromir, whose jaw tightens. The warrior from Gondor has spent a lifetime cleaving orc skulls without a second thought. Now, every swing of his blade will carry the weight of this knowledge. Gandalf stirs the embers with his staff, sending up a fleeting dance of sparks. File this truth away, he advises, but not in the dark corners where hatred grows. Keep it where the light can reach it, a reminder of what happens when mercy fails. His words settle over them like a mantle, heavy but strangely comforting. This is not absolution, it is clarity. The council rises one by one, the weight of the night pressing on their shoulders but no longer crushing them. Glorfindel lingers last, his golden hair dulled by dust and dawn. He touches the hilt of his sword, not with vengeance in his heart, but with a sorrow so deep it has no bottom. Outside, the first birds of morning begin to sing, their voices clean and bright against the silence. The world moves on, as it always does, but those who walk through the ruins of Gondolin will never hear those songs, or the snarls of orcs, quite the same way again. The others have gone, their footsteps fading into the whisper of Rivendell's evening breeze. Only Elrond remains, his silhouette framed against the open arches where the stars press close, bright and indifferent as they were in the First Age. His fingers tighten around the cool stone rail, the same rail Celebrian once leaned against when the world felt lighter. Now, it bears the weight of too many unanswered questions. A fragment of an old lament escapes his lips, the words half sung, half sighed. A mourning not just for the dead, but for the stolen, for the ones who were taken and remade into something even the valor might not recognize. Somewhere beyond the valley, an orc pack howls, their voices jagged as broken glass. Elrond doesn't flinch. He's heard that sound for millennia, but tonight it cuts deeper. What if, in the silence between those snarls, there's a whisper of the songs they once knew, a fragment of a melody from Doriath or Gondolin, buried so deep, even the orcs themselves don't remember it. The thought is unbearable. To mourn an enemy is one thing. To mourn what that enemy might have been is another kind of torment entirely. A rustle of fabric. Gandalf lingers in the doorway, his pipe unlit, his eyes reflecting the same stars. He doesn't speak, doesn't need to. Some questions are older than language, and the silence between them holds more than words ever could. The wind shifts, carrying the scent of pine and distant rain, and for a breath, Elrond lets himself imagine a world where the orcs' origins are just a dark fairy tale. But the stars blink coldly back, their light unchanged by wishes. Then softly, a sound, not from the woods, but from the gardens below, a young elf's laughter, bright and unburdened. The contrast is sharp as a blade. Life goes on, even here, even now. Elrond exhales, his breath stirring the leaves of the malorn sapling planted near the terrace. Its silver leaves tremble, catching the starlight, and for the first time since Gondolin, he wonders if hope isn't just for the unbroken. Maybe it's also for those who carry the cracks. The orcs are lost, but the ones who remember what was lost, they are still here, still fighting, still choosing to kindle light, even when the dark whispers how easily it can be snuffed out. Gandalf's hand rests on his shoulder, warm and steady. No wisdom tonight, just presence. Just this, the stars, the laughter, the quiet understanding that some questions have no answers. Only choices. Elrond turns from the rail at last, the lament unfinished, the ache unhealed, but his steps, as he walks back inside, are lighter than they were. The last embers of the council's fire fade to gray ash, their warmth lingering only in memory. One by one, the scholars gather their scrolls and cloaks, their movements slow, deliberate, as if the weight of what they've uncovered has settled into their very bones. Elrond watches them go from the arched doorway, his expression unreadable. There are no grand proclamations, no vows sworn in firelight, just silence, thick as the mist clinging to the valley floor. Some truths are too heavy for ceremony. Glorfindel pauses at the threshold, his golden hair dulled by dust and dawn. He doesn't turn back, but his grip tightens on his sword's hilt, not with the old, familiar hunger for battle, but with something quieter. A promise, perhaps, to remember, to strike when he must, but never with the same blind fury that unmade the creatures they now face. The wind carries the scent of rain-washed stone, and for a heartbeat, the ghost of Gondolin's lost melodies seems to hum in the air. Then it's gone. In the gardens below, Aragorn stands motionless beneath a young malorn tree, its silver leaves trembling in the breeze. His fingers brush the rough bark absently, his thoughts far from the peace of Rivendell. He's seen too many battles to believe in clean endings. The orcs will keep coming, the swords will keep singing, but now, every clash will carry an echo of that ruined chamber, of bones twisted mid-transformation. It changes nothing, and yet it changes everything. Galadriel is the last to leave, her gown trailing like liquid moonlight across the floor. She doesn't offer wisdom or warnings, just a glance, brief as a falling star, that lingers on the empty chairs, the scattered parchments, the wine goblets gone untouched. Some debates aren't meant to be won. They're meant to be carried, like embers in cupped hands, careful not to burn or blow out. Beyond the valley, the world stirs. Orcs mass in the shadows of the misty mountains. Villagers bar their doors. Somewhere, a child asks why the monsters hate them, and no one knows how to answer. But here, in this quiet hour between night and morning, a seed has been planted, not of doubt, but of clarity. The shadow can be fought without becoming it. The past can't be undone, but the future that's still theirs to shape. The first birds of dawn begin to sing, their voices bright against the silence, as if the world itself is holding its breath, waiting to see what they'll do next.
you